Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Okay, okay, good. I was hoping for
Okay. Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, July 15th, 2025. And I call the order of the regular meeting of El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Vice Chair Lane will not be joining us today. She is celebrating the beginning of the transit service out in Emerald Bay. This project represented a combination of over 2 years and 15 different agencies and parties working together. We support the unique accomplishments in all the districts we serve. We are so proud of her efforts and understand her desire to see this through fruition. Leading the invocation today, this morning, will be Pastor Greg Clapp. Come on up, Greg.
Well, you're sharing where Brooke is this morning. Our minds kind of quickly go to where she is and thinking about what an amazing broad territory region we serve, and with such diversified needs and agendas and territories. So as we begin, let's bow our heads. We come before you today, Lord, recognizing good planning makes for a good outcome. At the same time, we recognize that each time we gather like this, we're taking a flight into the unknown. And along with that, though, we take you, knowing that you bring with it your wisdom, your insight, and your care for this amazing place that we live in. We're gifted with it, Lord. We don't take it casually, and pray that you will lead and guide as we move forward to be good stewards of what you provided with us in an amazing, amazing place. And we thank you for this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Greg, will you lead us in the pledge, please?
Please rise, everybody. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome, El Dorado County, to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors. And thank you for joining us here today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes to allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. So now we'll move on to adoption of the agenda. What is the will of the board regarding the agenda? Any additions or deletions or corrections?
Can I have some clarification? We haven't clarified this yet. If we want to pull something off consent, do we do it now when we're setting the agenda, or when we get to consent?
I believe it was contemplated that that would be done at the time that you consider the consent calendar.
All right,
Okay.
then I move to approve that we adopt our agenda.
Second. All those in favor? I guess we have to take a roll call because we don't have enough members here, don't we, or not?
That's
No.
only if you have a teleconferencing member.
Okay, all right. Perfect. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1 with Supervisor Lane being absent.
All right. At this time, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Any changes? District 1?
Are we going to talk about,
Well, you can pull
Yeah,
an item.
like to pull item 21 for further discussion, explanation from DOT?
All right, okay. District 3? No changes. District 4?
In addition to item 21, because I reached out to DOT yesterday about that. Also, I just want to make a quick comment about item 16. It's the area plan on aging. If nobody's really gone through that, it has great information about the demographics of our county. And when I read through it, staff has done a really good job of trying to meet the needs of our aging population in El Dorado County. It said they're finally, took a long time, but we're fully staffed in senior nutrition. We're in the process of hiring a Tahoe program coordinator for senior services. And it said that we hired an additional senior legal attorney. So I just wanted to say kudos, because I know, during these tough budget times and still being able to make all those improvements for services for our seniors is truly appreciated, and just want to do a shout out.
All right. Anything else? And I have no changes. So at this time, we'd like to hear public comment on the consent calendar. This time is reserved for any comments on the consent calendar. As a reminder, the board will take open forum comments at 1 p.m. Open forum is a time to comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. Kim, will you open?
We are now taking public comments on on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
So anybody in the boardroom would like to come up and speak? Come on up. Anything that's on the consent calendar? I don't see anybody. Let's go to Zoom participants, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Excuse me. Good morning, Kelly Nelavaya, El Dorado Hills. Welcome back. I hope everybody is relaxed and rested. Thank you, Supervisor Ferraro, for asking to pull for questions and clarification on item 21. I echo that. I'm a little surprised others didn't want to have this conversation whenever we're entering a joint agreement. Just like with any other agency, whether it be a union or a tri-county contract, I am a little bit concerned on where we're placing our liability within this agreement as a whole. El Dorado County is the least involved in this joint power agreement. I'm not sure if anybody reviewed the original agreement because it's quite a while back with Supervisor Sweeney. And I reviewed that, and certainly I'm a layman on this, so I would love to hear the discussion on exactly where we fall in terms of a joint power agreement if there was to be underfunding issues, things like that. Where do we fall in terms of our liability as a whole? Are we all equal partners, or how does that work? So I would agree that I'd love to hear more conversation about this, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
I had a hard time hearing at the beginning. So I had to do my phone and the screen so I can hear from the phones. I don't know if that's echoing, but anyway, I couldn't hear. Did you pull 21? If so, I won't make a comment on that.
Yes, we did. We're
Okay.
going to.
And then I asked on number 6, there's a document that has the records, and there's a P that says, I'm guessing permanent, but it doesn't have a legend of what the P means. And then it has a department P. So could you make sure on that document that you define what those mean? And maybe you can address that at the end of consent comment. And I think the rest, just number 20, just so you know, that grant, I guess it's basically that we can teach kids how to handle waste. And you're mandating the schools to do that. So I'm just hoping you're clear on the grants that you're approving. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. This is Ken Greenwood from out there in the Big Divide, if you will, the Triple Junction, pardon me. Anyway, thank you for pulling item 21. I'm curious as to item 22, where this would put us in the bridge replacement process. And are we going to get a replaced bridge that looks like Clear Creek or most horribly Newtown Road? What are we getting ourselves into here? I'm not really clear on it. but some just cautionary, after seeing what the debacle, if you will, at Newtown, and honestly an abusive process, I'm curious as to where this item fits in to the big picture of these bridge replacements. Once again, it's a tidy sum that the feds are paying. I get it, but let's not get too involved with this and overdo it. And welcome back. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board.
Supervisor Turnbull, I would just like to address Ms. Taylor's comment about what the P stands for on the records retention schedule. P stands for permanent, which means that the records will be kept permanently.
Okay, all right, good. Thank you for that clarification. So I'll bring it back to the board for any other discussions. All right, so,
Have the clerk read
Yeah.
the changes?
yeah, go ahead and read the changes, Kim.
Adoption, approval of the consent calendar with the following change. Pull item 21 for discussion, and Supervisor Parlin made several comments regarding item number 16.
All right, so I guess we'll move to agenda.
Mr. Chair, I'll move
Consent
approval with
21.
those changes.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion
right.
passes 4-0 with Supervisor Lane being absent.
Okay, so let's move to item 21 for discussion. Raphael, you want to come up and explain, please?
Item 21 comes from the Department of Transportation recommending the board, one, approve the continuation of perpetual agreement between El Dorado County and Capital Southeast Connector Joint Powers Authority for the planning, design, and construction of the Capital Southeast Connector from Elk Grove to El Dorado Hills. Two, approve payment as the El Dorado County's contribution to the Joint Powers Authority operating costs. And three, authorize the purchase agent to process a change order.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. So the Capital Southeast Connector Joint Powers Agreement is an agreement that El Dorado County entered into in 2006. It was an opportunity for multiple organizations, municipalities, to provide strength in numbers for possible grant funding from either the state or federal government for a project that went parallel to US 50 to try and provide some relief to US 50 along that corridor to a lot of the more sprawling areas within the region. And this connectors connected essentially El Dorado County to Elk Grove between 99 all the way to Silva Valley at US 50. This project, since its inception, has provided plans, provided a programmatic environmental impacts analysis report, specifications, justifications, standards that El Dorado County has benefited from. The portions that would include El Dorado County go from the Sacramento County line all the way to the Silva Valley interchange at US 50. Now, part of the agreement is that upon receipt of the invoice, the terms are that it's El Dorado County's portion of the fees are due and payable upon receipt. And there are provisions in terms of the membership regarding the participation as well as the benefits of the project to all the municipalities. I have to say, I could not probably do it justice in terms of where the project is right now, where we have been benefiting from as of recently, what are the future aspirations of this joint powers agreement. Really, my recommendation would be that I request Derek Minima, who is the executive director of that joint powers agreement, to come in and give a presentation to the board and to give you an updated presentation on where we're at, what the futures are, what possible grant funding and benefits the county will be receiving in terms of the agreement. So that would be my recommendations, and I could reach out myself personally to him and make that suggestion.
All right, thank you, Raphael. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, the question is, I get it that we received an invoice, it's due upon receipt,
Yes.
but we really have questions, I think, about the value of our membership and, you know, I do not recall a presentation on this in quite some time. I'm sure Supervisor Ferrero is not very familiar with this issue. It's been such an ongoing, and can we delay the payment until we really understand what we're buying into and what our responsibilities are? I think that that's a valid question. So I don't know where Vales is on this, but
That was, so I was aware, I mean, brought up the speed on this in 2009 when I was with the CHP. I remember seeing the grand plan. But then I look at now, is we're invoiced and like, what is El Dorado Hills or El Dorado County benefited from this? And I know and I've attended a couple of the JPA meetings as an alternate, and they're planning on building a bike lane, correct me if I'm wrong, from the county line to Stonebriar. But that's it. And you're moving forward with planning the widening of White Rock from Post to Silva, which is part of this corridor that they should be involved in. And you mentioned that there's money for planning and environmental. Have we benefited from it? Can you use any of that, any of
Yes.
those reports for your project?
Yes, we can. Part of their programmatic environmental impact report we will be able to utilize that to do a ISM&D for that widening. So there is benefits from that. But like I said, a lot more of the details of the project itself, scheduling, cost estimates, future planning, that would be a better opportunity for Mr. Minima to answer any and all of your questions that you or the residents might have regarding this this joint powers agreement.
Can we postpone payment until we have that briefing?
I'm not sure if you can. The only documentation that I could see in the agreement stated that payment was due and payable upon receipt. And since we did receive this last month, I don't know what kind of flexibility and or variation we can do to that. I do know that any termination to the agreement effective as of the date of the agreement above written shall remain in effect until the purpose stated in section 1 of the agreement, which they have not been fulfilled, or the unanimous vote of all the members, and that hasn't happened either. So I'm not too sure if we can. I think we would have to probably ask for some kind of membership withdrawal, of which there are stipulations of that in this agreement. So I couldn't answer those for you today.
Brandon, got any questions?
Just for me, rather than going down that road, yeah. I've been involved with this since, 14, 6 approvals. I've been involved as our SACOG rep as well. There has not been any discussion at SACOG in the last 6-7 months since I've been representing a county again. So I am anxious. I drive that road more than occasionally. There hasn't been a whole lot of progress of late, short of some sections in Folsom area where that development is occurring. So I too would love a update. I believe Supervisor Turnbull, you're our rep.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've got anything more to put in there. But to me, when the agreement's coming to us, we probably should have had the update prior to that. Because now if we want to not fulfill our obligation, we're looking sort of stupid. But I would like to see us do those things prior, and then at least we know we can make a better educated decision, but Supervisor Turnbull,
Yeah,
do you have any updates?
Yeah,
on
the
what
biggest,
the-
thing is most of that is completed. The only is the last 8 miles. And the last 8 miles is from El Dorado Hills to that one connector off of, that goes to White Rock. I think that, understanding that especially if their board, if we decide to pull out of that, it has to go in front of the other representatives and stuff, and it has to be voted on if we do pull out. So we're obligated in this. And right now, I mean, I wish we would have had a little bit more discussion prior to any of this even brought up today. So I think we're kind of obligated to go ahead, and then we can also have Derek Memon come in and give a presentation. And then we can decide for the future what we want to do. So.
Well, there's definitely a larger section, and maybe a total of 8 miles, but as
Yeah.
you travel below Folsom, on down Grant Line, to Kiefer, and then all the way down, there's no other improvements till you get down into Elk Grove or Wilton, the Wilton turnoff. So
One of the biggest reasons why they did this is 'cause it's supposed to be a freight route is what it is. You'll get a lot of the big trucks off of Highway 50s.
well, no, I agree. I mean, if you drive that road, the traffic counts
Oh, yeah.
are huge, and it's not just freight.
Yeah.
And it is parallel capacity, which was the reason why we think it's important, and for us as well, directly into El Dorado County. So, with that, my mind is we want to continue this, but I would love an update to know where we're at, but
Yeah.
Great.
let the
So-
public weigh in.
I would like to withhold our payment until we have clarity and a presentation. I don't think there's any, what's the right word? Consequences to doing so. We're stuck in the JPA. They will get their money at some point, but I think that we need to know what our obligations are with it. And we don't have that clarity today. We just don't.
Whose responsibility is it to come up here and make a presentation? Is it ours to schedule them, or is it theirs to approach us to get in front of us?
We can schedule it.
It's ours.
The Department of Transportation can
Okay.
reach out to the Joint Powers Agreement members and executive director and ask them to come in. Yes.
I'm gonna turn it over to county council. Can you speak on this a little bit?
I mean, only just a little bit,
Yeah.
frankly. In reviewing the JPA agreement that's attached to the item, it doesn't really have clear provisions in the event of non-payment. In fact, it appears to defer to an adopted financing plan for purposes of the additional contributions after those initial startup contributions. Unfortunately, I don't have a copy of that finance plan, so I'd need to obtain a copy of that. But what I can say, and I guess it's somewhat similar to the discussion when we talked about the South Lake Tahoe Transit JPA, that where the board, similar to what may be under consideration today, declined to make the contributions that were requested by that JPA. And if you recall, part of the discussion was that it might trigger some rights of the JPA to take action to enforce the obligation. But it essentially put the county in technical default under the agreement, but the remedies for curing that default take some time. So while I will never counsel you to intentionally breach your obligations, I can note to you that the process by which the JPA would seek to enforce its obligations could take a bit of time, allowing you to receive the information that you need to receive before making an informed decision about this contribution.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we'll be all right, you guys. They're not gonna come and, shut down the county or anything if you don't make this and we say we need clarification. I think that's totally reasonable. So I'm gonna move that we delay payment until
Public
we get,
input first.
oh, sorry, that's right, public.
Yeah, so I'm
We
gonna,
didn't do that.
yeah. So I'll go
Thank
ahead and
you.
open this item 21 to public comment, please. Anybody in the boardroom would like to speak on this, come on up at this time.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 21. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
First of all, Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Appreciate you pulling it off. To think that this might have been approved on consent without any real discussion. I think that would have been totally inappropriate under the circumstances that I have reviewed this item. A couple of questions. This was 19 years ago. And it was back when I was working for DOT. It's been a long time. And what's happened during that time period is a lot of projects have come forward that I don't believe were anticipated, or at least they would have been generally anticipated. But now we got specific information. The question of legitimacy of whether or not this is something we should be engaged in, it goes back to the 11 times that this has been in front of your board. And many with you, Supervisor Veerkamp, we need to have them come back and tell us exactly what's happened, why we continue to go down this path or need to go down this path. A couple of things though I want to highlight though. This is a perpetual agreement. It has a special board policy, C-17, section 2.4, in order to be able to have a perpetual agreement. This is unusual in that regard. So that's a question that needs to be highlighted, perpetual agreement. Second thing, the whether or not, and thank you so much, Supervisor Parlin, whether we're truly obligated has a lot to do with this past action up at Lake Tahoe and also going forward in the future. We know one thing, the price of materials, the price of labor, the price of everything has gone up. If we had the original budget and we looked at now what is the anticipated budget, what's that responsibility from a financial perspective? It goes to county councils saying, well, there was an original financial agreement. He needs to look at it. His office needs to look at it in order to determine exactly what the changes are and what we can anticipate. So the second thing is bond indebtedness risk. If we bond because of the agreement, this perpetual agreement, are we then obligated to pick up costs that are not really our costs? And then finally, I would say get them in here as soon as possible because there is a timeliness. You know, you want to pay your bills. And so the fact that you're not going to be paying at least until we have this discussion is appropriate under the circumstances. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else want to speak? Come on up, John.
Morning, John Kaling, DOT. I think there's not much left to do in El Dorado County to get us to 4 lanes at the tail end of the Southeast Connector. Like Raphael said, basically it's from the county line over to Silver Valley Interchange along White Rock Road. As you guys know, we've begun advancing the White Rock widening between Post and Clarksville, basically Clarksville Crossing. However, there is a piece of White Rock still between the county line and, is it Carson Crossing? That's 2 lanes rural. Okay. So I think, and you can talk to Mr. Minimum about this when he comes in for a presentation, but it's probably, in my opinion, worth the county staying on that JPA to make sure that piece from White Rock to Carson Crossing gets built. I'd have to look at what I've received recently from what we've received recently from the JPA, but I believe that last piece in Folsom from, I believe, Payan Road, if I'm not mistaken, over to the county line and all the way to Carson Crossing is part of what they're calling their D3E1 project that includes the bike lanes, I believe someone mentioned, that are going to get added along White Rock. But after that, I think the board could ask Mr. Minimo, aside from that, what's in it for the county to stay in this JPA? Because we're not going to widen White Rock to 6 lanes, right? From the county line to Silver Valley, that's not going to happen. We're going to take care of the project, the big project that's left with our White Rock widening project. I also don't think that the bill collectors will be knocking on our door if we wait a month to pay. You know, it's not like we're not gonna pay, we just want, you guys just want an update. So I think get the update from Mr. Minima, ask questions about, the plans moving forward for, especially for that last piece on the far west end of the county. And then maybe make a decision next year about whether or not it's in the county's best interest to stay on the JPA. And I would, of course, defer to Mr. Livingston for any consequences of us getting out of the JPA. We'd be most concerned about things that happen in Folsom on the JPA that might impact us, that we would not have a voice on if one of you folks was not on the JPA board.
Right.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thanks, John.
Yeah. All right. Anybody else in the board chambers want to speak? Let's go to Zoom participants, please. Kim?
Now taking public comment for online participants. Taking public comment from Sue.
Thank you for pulling this. Oh shoot, I gotta turn off my phone. I worked with Jack Sweeney back in 2012 when I saw the horrific language in the contract and he modified it. That modification has not been attached to this agenda. Within it, it says notwithstanding the foregoing, any member may withdraw its membership from authority within 10 days upon written note to each member, so long as no bonds or other instruments of indebtedness have been consented to, blah, 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 blah. So basically, the fear that I've always had with this contract is that if the JPA with the votes they have go into bonded indebtedness, our county cannot get out of this agreement until it's paid off. So when this was originally, they were talking about a $650 million project, which is probably up to $1 billion now. The only reason that they really need us on, I mean, we've already built most of what was part of our county's project, which we paid for ourselves. And when he came up one time, he did say, they can't give us any funds. They can't contribute grants to our county because we're not in the grant receiving of that project. So the only reason they really want us in there is so that they can get more grants based on the number of counties that are on this agreement. And so I've asked every year for us to withdraw because once they do that debt, we are indebting our county to whatever that project would cost, which makes no sense. That's still in the agreement. The only thing that was added is that we get to make that one person that shows up for the meeting has to say, no, we don't want that debt. But even with that, he'll get outvoted. So I would just ask that if you insist on staying on this horrifically terrifying agreement, that you tell them, they need you. They're not going to care about the payment. They just want your name on the JPA. Ask for a zero contribution because we're not getting benefits from this agreement or the project. They're just funneling all that traffic coming through there into El Dorado Hills. The other part is that you not be obligated to any debt made by the JPA, that you need to get out of that clause. And then maybe I wouldn't freak out so much every year when you re-sign this agreement. So just know you can just read the agreements. There's the original and then there's the one that was modified in 2013. And I think that I think I covered the things I was mostly stressed about. And I hope that you just, you can be friends with SACOG and JPA and Angelo and those things, but not obligate the county to that debt. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. I also thank Supervisor Ferrero for pulling this. This was one of the items that I was going to request to pull as well. So as noted, looking at it, the agreement was signed in 2006. There was a prior JPA signed in 2001 before that. To Sue's point, that's interesting that there was another portion, the amendment that was signed in 2013 that's not even attached. But just generally looking at it, for the administrative fees only, we've probably paid in from El Dorado County to this over $1 million. And that's not counting for anything else from the roadway construction. And if we look at what's happened, there's basically been a section just east of 99 that's been expanded, and then an expansion from basically Bidwell to Prairie City. So in almost 20 years, that's about the gist of what's been done. So I agree that we should definitely have a presentation on this. It has been quite a long time, even looking back through some of the prior meetings and stuff. I don't remember the last, I couldn't find the last one. So with that, I think that we should have from that the exact total that we've paid into the JPA, and also what we've received in benefit from it as El Dorado County specifically. And additionally, I'd be interested to see how much the other entities have paid in and how much they've received in benefit. So appreciate you taking a look at this, and I agree with Supervisor Parlin's suggestion. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, Ken Greenwood, District 5. Everything they've said and more. We have to wonder what we're getting out of this. Linda pointed out, we paid all this money for what? What are we getting out of this? It doesn't look like a whole lot, but it also feels like we might be indebting ourselves, or somehow, I'm searching for the word, but getting us responsible for payments in the future that may not directly benefit us, etc. Sounds like an update of the whole process needs to be done, starting with a presentation, as suggested, from the JPA, find out where we are, where we're headed, how much it's going to cost, and very important questions such as that. Whenever I drive that southern part of White Rock, I wonder, that road hasn't been updated since it was paved. It looks like gaping roadside, uneven or no shoulder, if you will. It's like nearly one of the oldest roads around anymore. So yes, do we need to finish the project, if you will, from 99 to White Rock Road? Indeed. But at what cost and at what obligation? Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
There is no additional public comment.
All right. So I'm going to bring it back to the board before we make a motion. Raphael, can you come on up one more time? I just want some clarification on it, because I know we were awarded a $25 million grant. And basically, rebuilding infrastructure stability is basically a grant to reconstruct 3.6 miles of Grant Line Road from Christianity Boulevard to White Rock Road. Can you explain the location of that a little bit and clarify it?
Actually, I think I'm gonna defer that one
To
over
John?
to John
Okay.
Killing, who's got more history with the JPA
right.
than I do, so.
Good morning, John Kaling again. Very little. Just looking at Google Maps, the connector appears to be complete between Payan Road on the south side of Folsom over to the Grant Line White Rock intersection, which I believe is just up from Sheldon. I did not look west of there towards 99 to see what work had been completed either in Elk Grove or in Sheldon, but Google Maps is updated so you can see.
So I'm just kind of wondering about this boulevard. Is that, it says 3.6 miles. Is that the last 3.6?
Well, is
Is
that
it-
the kind of stuff we can have in this presentation?
Well, I
that we're
guess it can
asking
be brought up,
for?
but I just want a
Yeah.
clarification before we make a motion. All right? Can you explain that to me? I'm just curious, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, at first look, it looks like that is the last 3.6 miles of Grant Line, south of White Rock, towards, I believe, sorry, I don't know what town this is. It looks like, is it Rancho? I think it's Rancho Murrieta. So there must be work done south of that towards Elk Grove and Sheldon. But I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
All right.
Whether
Okay.
or not there's work done, doesn't look like it.
All right,
Just on
okay,
Google Maps.
all I know is it's a $25 million grant that just was awarded, and it was Kevin Kiley, that was the one that was
So
the
that
big
might be
supporter
from
of
the
that
intersection
grant.
of White Rock and Grant Line down to Rancho Murrieta,
Okay,
would be my guess.
all right,
It's
okay.
not in this county.
No, no.
No, no, that's all, that's why I wanted clarification on it.
Well, yeah, and I think an update is definitely in order. It has been some time. I remember having this discussion about the bond indebtedness. And that's why none of the counties have pulled the trigger and went out and got bonds, because then guess we're all responsible, and that's a scary thought. So the idea was is try to be a coalition to
Mhm.
get grants and piece this thing together.
Right.
Now, French Cordova, Folsom have done some improvements relevant to some of their subdivisions that they've done. So that's taken care of some of it. But I too think we would need a very good update on where we're at, what the next timeline is, what the projected timeline is, so we know what we're paying for. And it obviously has been a while. I think Supervisor Hydall was our main contact.
Right.
And then George, you took over for him, so.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to catch up, and I'm just getting up to speed on this,
Yeah,
is what
so
it
it's-
is, because
it's-
only 2
it's time
meetings
for
is
an
not,
update.
not enough, so.
You know, we'll let Derek speak for himself, but you know, the
Yeah.
first meeting I went to, I asked him, you know, what's planned for El Dorado County? He goes, there's nothing except the bike lane.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I wanted a
And
clarification.
what good is a bike lane that goes from the county line to Stonebriar to begin with? So
It ends.
I'm happy to second your motion to postpone payment on
Yeah.
this.
Okay.
I would just
And-
like, before you guys vote, just like to reiterate, it is important, I think, that we get that piece built
Soon.
from White Rock, from the county line to Carson Crossing. Yeah. And so if that is wrapped up in the D3E1 project that the JPA is advancing, I think it might be worth our while to.
And that's what we need clarity on. We
Yes.
need clarity on
Yeah.
exactly those things.
Where's the priority for the 25 million? That,
Right.
you know.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I want to find out. That's what I was curious about. So that presentation, I think what he gave, and we can ask those questions and stuff. We need to make sure that we get our part done. So, okay. All right. So there's a motion and a second. All those in favor by,
Sorry, I didn't think there was a motion or a second yet.
was it? I thought there was.
You'd make it. didn't
Well, I started to and then.
you? Yeah.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
I cut
but-
you off.
yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
We
But
did and then we
As
did.
far as scheduling on an agenda, so we can maybe know what to expect and how far to push this out. How,
Yeah, given that we're coordinating with an outside entity and we don't know what their availability is, I recommend that the board approve or move to continue this off calendar to allow staff time
To
to
find
coordinate
out.
with
Okay.
JPA
That's
and
the
return.
best. Okay.
All right. All right.
And we
go
have
ahead.
to make a motion to do that, right? Take it off calendar and let you guys do your thing. Perfect. I
Right.
meant to do that.
I second.
Okay, got it. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0 with
John.
Supervisor Lane being
Thanks, John.
absent.
Thanks, Raphael. All right. All right, let's move on to our 9 AM time allocation.
Item number 31 comes from Health and Human Services Agency, Veterans Service Office, recommending the board receive and file a presentation and provide direction to staff on the proposed recommended revisions to the El Dorado County Veterans Monument criteria for military honoree and civilian recognition. With the options as follows: 1, approve the Veterans Affairs Commission's recommended revision, or 2, direct staff to follow the current El Dorado County Veterans Monument criteria military honoree for civilian recognition, or 3, adopt an alternative revision from the options presented from the 5 sections discussed for revisions, or 4, provide alternative direction for the next steps should staff take on said monument criteria.
Morning, Chair Turnbow, Supervisors. My name is Timlin James. I am the Assistant Director of Human Services with Health and Human Services. And can you pull up the PowerPoint for me, please? I want to start by thanking all of the various stakeholders that have helped support, get us through the review of this criteria. So I want to thank County Council. They've played a really important role in helping us determine what can be done at the county level, what can't be done. Our HHSA contracts team, our Veteran Service Office, the Veterans Affairs Commission, the Alliance, Friends 2.0, and then other veterans that also contributed throughout the various meetings that we've had, provided input and suggestions. So I just want to thank everyone for their participation. Next slide, please. So on July 27th, 2021, El Dorado County Board of Supervisors heard an appeal regarding the placement of a bronze plaque on the Veterans Monument Honor Wall for Captain Paul Jacobs. At that time, the board directed HHSA to facilitate a process for veteran stakeholders to work through revisions of the appeal process as listed in the El Dorado County Veterans Monument criteria for military honoraria and civilian recognition. So in order to fulfill the board's direction, on July 6th of 2022, HHSA facilitated a public meeting to gather input from veteran stakeholder groups. And the result of that meeting was a recommendation of establishing an ad hoc committee. So on August 11th, 2022, the Veterans Affairs Commission motioned and approved to create an ad hoc subcommittee. The subcommittee was formed with 3 members, one from the Veterans Affairs Commission, one from the Veterans Alliance, and one from the community, with the allowance of up to 5 members. Those 3 members that were appointed, HHSA then scheduled 4 meetings for that ad hoc committee. The meetings were scheduled from October 22nd to March 2023. However, the meeting was unable to come to consensus after the 3rd meeting. The ad hoc subcommittee was disbanded. So then April 13th, 2023, January 11th, 2024, February 8th, 2024, and March 14th, 2024, HHSA presented draft proposals of changes to the existing criteria based on stakeholder feedback to the Veterans Affairs Commission for their regular scheduled meeting for their review and approval. We then, on June 12th, 2024, facilitated a second public meeting to receive additional input from veteran stakeholders and members of the public. And then from June 2024 to December 2024, upon requests from various stakeholder groups, HHSA Veteran Service Officer, Program Manager, and myself met individually or in small groups with several veterans to gather additional feedback and input. Thank you, Kim. Okay, HHSA then returned to the board on January 14th of this year, and we were given direction to return within 90 days to allow staff time to further engage with stakeholders and to include the Veterans Affairs Commission to develop language that encompasses recommendations for options that the board may consider along with a Veterans Affairs Commission recommendation. So we facilitated a public meeting on January 30th to receive further input from veteran stakeholders. We also put out an online survey. It was available to be completed from January 20th through February 5th. It was, we did an email blast to all of our email group that we blast out to. It was available at the public meeting to be completed via paper if people chose. And then it was also, you could access it through the Veterans Services Office website. We then attended the March 13th, 26th, and April 10th Veterans Affairs Commission meetings. And during the March 26th and the April 10th Veteran Affairs Commission meetings, we went through the criteria line by line and received input from the Veterans Affairs Commission as well as stakeholders that were attending the public meeting. And based on all of the interactions that we've had, we've determined that there are 4 areas within the existing criteria where differing options or opinions exist among the veteran community. The 4 areas are residency status for inclusion in the monument, types of military honoraria, definition of a hero as it pertains to eligibility criteria for plaques, and appeal process for the application. So the attachments to this, there was a couple of different attachments. Attachment A is a clean version with the Veterans Affairs Commission recommendation. Attachment B outlines the options that we came up with. And that's what's presented on this slide. So the first one would be for residency. The options, again, this is based on opinions that we've received and feedback that we've received. The first option is be a resident or former resident of El Dorado County. The second is be a resident or former resident of El Dorado County, or be a veteran who was a friend or family member of a current or former El Dorado County resident. And then the third option would be to be a qualifying veteran of the United States. So the concerns around this have to do with room for the monument. If we open it to everyone, would there be room for El Dorado County veterans? So the Veterans Affairs Commission is recommending the middle one because people also want to be able to honor if they have a family member that maybe doesn't live in El Dorado County, but they want to honor that family member in El Dorado County. An example was my dad, my brother doesn't live here, but I want to go to the monument to be able to honor them. So again, Veterans Affairs Commission is recommending be a resident or former resident of El Dorado County, or be a veteran who is a friend or family member of current or former El Dorado County residents. The next area was types of military honoraria. So disagreement has focused on what types of honoraria should be placed at the monument. Concerns have been expressed regarding the added use of stones that are not listed in the current criteria, and requests have been made to limit honoraria to bricks, benches, and plaques. So there were two options that we came up with. The first one would be the sentence, several types of honoraria are included at the Veterans Monument, including bricks, benches, and plaques. And then the second option, several types of honoraria are utilized at the Veterans Monument, including bricks, stones, benches, and plaques. And the Veterans Affairs Commission is recommending the added language of stones. Okay, next slide, please. This one, definition of a hero as it pertains to eligibility criteria. So disagreement has focused on what defines a hero: a recipient of the Medal of Honor or Military Service Cross, or a recipient of a Medal of Valor, which could also include a Medal of Honor, Military Service Cross, or Silver Star Medal. The concern revolves around inadequate space for inclusion of Silver Star recipients on the honor wall due to the number of Silver Star recipients. Disagreement has also focused whether discretionary authority should be included in the criteria. The monument is a county memorial. It's not a federal memorial. Therefore, it's not a requirement to follow federally established definitions for acts of heroism. So definition of hero presented. So the first option would be a veteran hero is defined as the recipient of a Medal of Honor or Military Service Cross, including Distinguished Service Cross, Navy Cross, or Air Force Cross. Recipients of these medals are defined, and then we cite the U.S. Department of Defense manual. So this definition of hero, we would just follow the federal definition, and there's no discretionary authority involved. It's following a regulation. The next one, a veteran hero is defined as the recipient of a Medal of Valor, which this one, it includes the Silver Star, also defined by the Department of Defense manual. So also no discretionary authority is needed. Now the third option is a veteran hero is defined as the recipient of Medal of Honor or Military Service Cross, including Distinguished Service Cross, Navy Cross, or Air Force Cross. Recipients of these medals are defined per the U.S. Department of Defense manual, and then it's the sections, or any person or unit who, while serving in the military, distinguishes himself in action by extraordinary heroism by satisfying both of the following criteria. The action must take place under one of three circumstances: while engaged in action against an enemy of the United States, while engaged in military operations involving conflict with an opposing foreign force, or while serving with friendly foreign forces engaged in an armed conflict in which the United States is not a belligerent party, and the act to be commended must have been performed in the presence of great danger or at great personal risk and must be performed in such a manner as to render the individual highly conspicuous among others of equal grade, rate, experience, or position of responsibility. So this one, as you can see, does not reference the Department of Defense manual, and so this one does require the discretionary authority. And so what that means is ultimately, if there were an appeal that were to arise, it would have to come back to the Board of Supervisors for a final decision. So, and then I will go into the appeal process. So disagreement has focused on who should review appeals appeals to objections of an application approved for honoraria placement by the Veteran Service Officer. Whether or not all applications or only applications for benches or memorial plaques should be objectionable. So the language options are, if we go with, if the definition of a hero, if either the first or second option is selected, then the criteria could state the VSO's decision shall be final. Notice of the decision shall be made to the applicant and veteran organization. So there's no option for appeal because we're just referencing the DoD manual. This one, let's see, notice of the decision shall be made to the applicant and the veteran organizations. The VSO's decision may be appealed no later than 15 business days after the date of the decision to the Board of Supervisors appeal by submitting the request to the VSO, who will place the appeal on the board's agenda. So if the third option is selected, that's one option. So basically they notify the VSO that they're objecting, and then the VSO would, they're objecting to the approval. VSO would then calendar a Board of Supervisors date where you guys would hear the appeal. The third option, which is the Veterans Affairs Commission recommendation, is that the notice of the decision shall be made to the applicant and the veteran organizations. The VSO's decision may be appealed no later than 15 business days after the date. I'm not going to read the whole thing. What it is the VSO will schedule the time on the Board of Supervisors calendar to hear the appeal. But before we come to the board for you to hear the appeal, it will go to the Veterans Affairs Commission where they will review the appeal and they'll make a recommendation. So when HHSA returns to the board, we will have a Veterans Affairs Commission recommendation along with the appeal. That's the general outline of where the disagreements have come in. Are there any questions?
All right, I'll bring it back to the board for any questions or comments. Betty?
Well, I'll start it off because I was here in 2021 with the Captain Jacobs item. And that was really awful to have to participate in. It was, things were said that were just unkind to the family, to Captain Jacobs. Having that discretion in there, just, it wasn't helpful. And that's why I think in the direction I'm pretty sure I asked, I was part of that ask, was let's make this so that this will never happen again. My understanding is that the family was devastated by the way that they were treated. That wasn't the intent, I don't believe, of the memorial. And so the appeals, the discretion, all of that just makes things ugly and messy. And so my ask was to have clear criteria. So we got rid of all that. And I don't feel that that's where we are today with what's before us at all. So, or the recommendation before us, I should say.
I was going to say, because we do have the options listed that we
Right.
could incorporate as choosing. So, attachment B shows the options that are available that I listed on the slide. So if you went to, if you were wanting to go with no discretionary authority needed,
Hang on just a minute. Kim, can you pull that up, please? So that way, kind of understand what we're talking about.
Looking at it.
Yeah.
attachment B on the item. Sorry. And so while she's pulling that up, I'll tell you what we did with the Veterans Affairs Commission when we met with them is we had this and we had option A, B, and C. And then we talked about it and we just circled the option that they wanted. So then we could pull it into one document because there's so many different options for the different sections. It was difficult to find a document that we could work off of. So this is how we did it.
And so while we're getting that, Timlin, can we go back to the original intent of the memorial? I really think we need to dial it back to that. I have a feeling we've gotten so far away from that original intent, and some of these options to me aren't helping with that. So do you know, did we get back to the original? What was the intent?
There's different opinions on what the original intent was. There are opinions that the original intent was that the language that's in the current criteria is the language that was listed in the DoD manual, and so it should be followed according to the DoD manual. Without citation of the DoD manual, I don't know. I wasn't included in the original, so I don't want to speak for other people, but I know we have several veterans in the audience that will likely share their opinion of the original intent.
Well, even just the residency language, what was that intent?
So that intent, from what I've heard, is that the current criteria says country, and what I've been advised is that that was a typo and that it was meant county. So it reads country, meaning anybody that's a current or that's a veteran could be in the monument. But what I'm hearing from people that worked on the development of the criteria is that it was intended to be veterans in the county.
And so the intent of the memorial, from our understanding, was to honor veterans that were actually from El Dorado County.
That's what I've been advised.
Okay, and that's because that's like fundamental in this whole residency argument, is should it be extended beyond that? So, okay, that helps with that one a little bit. But then it gets mushy with the rest of it.
Right. Can you go to page 2 for me, Kim, please? Thank you. So see, option A is be a resident or former resident of El Dorado County. The bold is, those are the options that the Veterans Affairs Commission chose, but the 3 options are listed there.
Okay. So I don't know how we want to go through this, if we should look at each option, have a discussion, or how we're going to get through this document, because there's a lot of options to choose from.
See that.
And do we have a basic agreement on where we're trying to go with this? Do we even have that among the board members? Because again, I don't know. I know I was on the board at that time, and I really did not want to have it was such a divisive item, and truly we should not ever devolve into conversations like that ever again. When the thought was we were trying to honor someone, and it was ugly. It was not a
It shouldn't have never even been brought up to the supervisor for that discussion at all, and it shouldn't even been brought to us.
So I guess that's what I'm trying to understand is, where's the board? Do we want to have really clear criteria and just say, this is it? It's clear, we're not going to appeal it? Do we want it appealable or not? Those are really
Yeah.
fundamental questions. I think we need to, before we even look at options.
You know, I'm inclined to, I mean, just since January, I mean, I think this was the first big issue that I was faced with, and I know you guys have spent a ton of time on this, multiple meetings with the Veterans Affairs Commission. I'm not a veteran. I said this in January that I prefer not to have that authority to make a decision on an appeal. I think it should go, if there is an appeal, I like the process as written, as recommended, but that it does go to the commission first. And because, I mean, I mean, I can't speak for everybody, my commissioners in every commission, I look to them for guidance and advice on things that I don't know about, or I'm not an expert about. So I'm inclined to accept their recommendation. The residency, might wiggle a little bit on that, and make it a requirement for, you know, county resident or someone that's lived here. And I don't know if there's, I'd like to hear from the group
Yeah.
on that.
One of the questions I have is the county veteran service officer is going to make the decisions. But what if some of this stuff sits on the person's desk and it takes a long time, especially when people want to get things approved? So I just got to ask that question. I mean, do the county
number-
have any say-so? The Board of Supervisors have any say-so on that, or is it up to him?
Well, we don't have a specific timeline written in, so I could say, I guess I would say it was up to him. But there would be influence. But I would also say that the Veterans Affairs Commission recently voted for the 24-25 fiscal year. They've funded an additional position, so we now have an office assistant up front, and we have a fully staffed veteran service office. And verifying eligibility is what our staff do all day, every day. It's a very quick process. And the number of applications that come through annually, I should have had that number with me, and I'm sorry, I don't. It was less than 10 a month is what it was that would go through the office. So there won't be a sitting on the desk. It's a quick verify through the system that they are a veteran and move on.
Okay, that was my question because I just had,
Oh.
that's weird.
The good
Well, our
Lord has
Veteran
just
Service
spoke.
Office has been out of power.
That is kind of strange.
Uh-oh.
Still, we're having a problem there. You gotta wait till the generators kick in. There we go.
My system's still, I mean, it looks like we're still streaming, but.
Yeah, Kim's computer's rebooting, you guys.
Okay, so.
Give it a
You
second.
wanna,
Take a 5-minute break
Mi-
or so to
yeah,
make sure that
5-minute
we can
break
get
and then
everything
we
up and running.
figure out
Little
this.
bio break, all right?
Okay. All right.
We actually think it was the power coming back up.
Have an ability to influence the culture of the edifices created to honor them, or they're pretty useless. Difficulty aside, a team consisting of select members of the Board of Supervisors, County Council, the CAO, and the Friends spent 6 months negotiating the policy, ordinance, and infrastructure that received unanimous appeal of the 2007 Board of Supervisors and the public at large. To create management and enforcement organizational structure, our team researched other veterans monuments throughout the nation. In EDC, policies analogous to those used at the Vietnam Veterans Monument in Washington, D.C. were used. Military culture can be felt in the Vietnam Veterans Monument. Hushed tones of visitors, combat boots placed at the foot of the wall, and tears welling in the eyes of many visitors. The same feelings of reverence used to be a part of the El Dorado County Veterans Monument. Ashes of our fallen comrades were sometimes discovered beneath the benches. But the culture changed with the introduction of new management in 2015. Since then, a private contractor has unilaterally defined the personal equivalent of Military Cross or Medal of Honors, allowed monument honorary to be determined by rank, expanded eligibility to be included in the monument to millions, selected themselves as auditor of their own actions, and appointed members of their board of directors to the Vietnam Veterans Commission, and have operated with the impunity afforded by elimination of the enforcement and management structure created and approved by the 2007 Board of Supervisors. Now we're engaged in changes to policy proffered by the violators to cover up their violations. Changes offered for consideration by the Board of Supervisors today have one thing in common. They do not provide finite management and enforcement infrastructure that can be effectively administered.
All right.
2007 policy and laws should continue in force until enforcement and consequences for past and future violators can be qualified.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks,
I
Ken.
appreciate it. Anybody else? Come on up.
Members of the board, my name's Alan Amaro. I'm current commander for the Disabled American Veterans. I'm past legislative representative for the Department of California for the American Legion. I'm also past legislative representative for the Department of California for the Disabled American Veterans. Over the last several years, there's been a lot of controversy on how the monument has been run and what's going on. I'd just like to bring it to your attention that as the co-founder of the Veterans Affairs Commission, we modeled that after the Santa Clara Veterans Commission. The members of the Veterans Affairs Commission were nominated by the membership to the board. The board selected a member that was proffered to them, and that representative represented the veterans of El Dorado County. Well, now it's just reversed. Supervisor picks who they want, and that kind of fogs the situation up as who's working for who. Are you obligated to the supervisor for nominating you or the veteran community? That's one of the problems. But today, I'd like to offer you a solution to these many changes to the policy and procedures of the memorial, and that is go back to the original, put it to sleep, because if we end up having more changes and more changes, this will never go away. It'll keep coming back to the board. If you want to do that, if you want to make it an open hunting season to change things, it's not good for the veteran community. I've been here since 1980. I've been a property owner here since 1974. I've seen it all. This is not good for our community. This is not good for El Dorado County. Please consider that when I talked to county council on this back yonder, Lou Green was very specific. I sat in his office and he told me, Alan, he said, we want to eliminate as many problems as we can. And one of the things that he told me to my face, and I agreed upon, was it's not a political venue. But what is it today, folks? It's a political venue. Put it to sleep, go back to what it was originally. That was vetted, and I mean vetted to the utmost to make sure that we followed procedure. When my family bought me a brick, it was only a brick. But no, we changed it to, oh, well, you have to be E7 or above, which was discriminatory. And now, again, it's economically, can you afford something other than a brick?
Yeah.
Folks, let's put this to sleep. Give us a opportunity to get back to serving veterans and making sure that our community is whole. And behind the veterans community is the nation.
Okay.
God bless all of you. And I don't think I want your job.
Thank you.
Even though I ran against Brian and I know how, what would I say, responsible person Brian has been to this community. And I look forward to you getting us back to where we were.
Thank you.
Thank you very much
Thanks,
for your
Alan.
time.
Yeah.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I'm legitimate. There's my card.
You don't have to explain, Chris.
Just want to let you know.
Okay, that's
I'm
all right.
legitimate.
That's right.
Are you cutting me off or? what?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
I joined in January 1968, the U.S. Navy. I remember like it was yesterday. It was meaningful because I think at the time there was a lot of us who were under some pressure to make decisions about what we wanted to do with our lives, but most specifically to be able to support our nation and do what we thought was appropriate, which I did. I was in the submarines for almost 6 years. And so a lot of these gentlemen were under direct fire that are here today with me, that I wasn't. But was I scared a lot? Yeah. Being in a submarine isn't necessarily a safe place to be sometimes. And so that regard, it was a psychological change to me and my thinking. I eventually got married, had some sons, and therefore came to El Dorado County in 1979. And remember all of what went through the support that we got from your board in terms of the building of what has turned out to be one of the most beautiful monuments in the state, maybe in the nation. We can't forget what we have as we make decisions about what we need to do to go forward in the future. I was also here that day when that issue came up that Supervisor Parlin was talking about. It was tragic what happened. But again, that's the political side of things, how politics itself, and that hasn't changed. In our nation today, it's politics. And decisions are being made that maybe are not in the best interest of the general public, but at the same time, government allows things to occur. And now we're before you today to make a decision on this item. I prefer also to go back to the original intent because I was here and I believe we've lost something since that date. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
I'm Bud Sweet, president of the Fleet Reserve Association in El Dorado County. I spent 20 years of my life in the United States Navy. During a time when junior ranks initiated hand salutes to senior rank, except when engaging military service members who had been awarded the top 3 medals of valor. In these instances, everyone, including admirals and generals, initiated a salute irrespective of the rank of the awardee. This is done in mark of respect for the extraordinary valor demonstrated by awardness of the Medal of Honor, Military Service Cross, or Silver Star, and is not practiced for awardees of lower indicators of valor and certainly not humanitarian acts of campaign medal. Certainly the sum of the rescue of 32,000 Vietnamese survivors and awards of a Bronze Star with V are deserving of significant recognition in the monument. The founder of the monument suggested several alternatives for Captain Jacobs, including a publicly funded obelisk that would have been more prestigious than a bronze plaque on the honor wall. All management to do with proposed honorea consisting with the policy and ordinance approved by the 2007 Board of Supervisors, but chose instead to ignore policy and degenerate the monument's founder. In the parts of America that I came from, no one is allowed above policy and law. An officer of a small private El Dorado countered unilaterally, determining who qualifies to be recognized as an exceptional military hero, independent of the individual services. The Joint Chiefs of Staff, the President, should strike the concern in the hearts of all of us who believe in honoring those who serve the cause of freedom in a manner consistent with national convention. Please act to restore an ability to administer consequences for violators defined by policy and ordinance approved by our past elected officer today. Thank you.
Thank you, Bud. Anybody else want to speak? Come on up.
Come on, Dennis.
I'm Dennis Kissinger. I'm a Marine Corps, 15-year veteran of the Marine Corps League, of the Marine Corps, actually. In September 2007, the remaining spaces on the Monument Honor Wall were reserved for El Dorado County veterans who were awarded one of the top 2 military medals of honor, valor by the President and Commander-in-Chief of the United States. In 2018, a private contractor used one of the spaces to memorialize a B-25 bomber that crashed near Placerville in 1943. The pilot was awarded one of the approximate 100 distinguished flying crosses distributed by El Dorado County veterans, but none of the occupants of the plane were from El Dorado County. Plaque commemorating the plane crash is now positioned on the honor wall above a plaque honoring Sky Moat, an El Dorado County Marine who made the ultimate sacrifice to save his Marine buddies and was posthumously awarded the Navy Cross by the President. Sky is one of 6 veterans in the 174-year history of El Dorado County to receive the nation's 2nd highest military honor. His plaque is near the dirt at the foot of the honor wall. In 2021, a plaque honoring the greatest humanitarian rescue in the history of the military was placed to the left of the airplane crash and honorarium. The captain of the USS Kirk, along with dozens of other vessels in a flotilla that recovered Vietnamese combat helicopters and escorts, the remnants of the Vietnamese Navy to the Philippines, were awarded a humanitarian service medal by the Navy. The captain of the USS Kirk, president of El Dorado County, had also been awarded one of an estimated 736 Bronze Stars awarded to El Dorado County residents for heroism. His plaque is mounted above Andrew Le Lapilles, who received the Distinguished Service Cross for extraordinary service to heroism in Vietnam. Andrew's plaque is also located near the dirt at the foot of the wall. If the veteran service officer had not neglected to convey that he was responsible for removing honorary when his office was moved from the HHSA, this likely would not have happened. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, Dawn Wolfson, Cameron Park, and I'm a civilian advisor to the Friends 2.0 and a mouthy pain in the neck. Health and Human Services has done a great job talking with everybody and pulling this all together, but I don't think any changes are ready for prime time. We still have a dysfunctional enforcement structure. An example would be the eligibility criteria for bricks. The intention of the monument founders was to honor El Dorado County veterans. It was to honor El Dorado County veterans, and yet approximately half of the last tranche of bricks placed on the monument was for veterans who have never lived here in El Dorado County. Most of our 22,000 El Dorado County veterans who have passed on are not represented there, yet we're awarding bricks to non-residents. Shouldn't we be verifying residency before awarding bricks? And shouldn't we be reaching out to our own veterans like pretty much every other monument in the United States does? Since the monument was founded, the VSO has been moved from a department head to under HHSA. The position has changed hands multiple times. And my understanding is there's been no transition training. The VSO has stated himself that he doesn't have time to verify residency and didn't know that that might have been expected. After the monument management changed in 2015, the new management claimed they were unaware of the criteria, which, by the way, is a public document. Even if they were truly unaware up until 2021, they can't claim that now. It's been brought to their attention many times, and yet bricks for non-residents continue to be advertised and commissioned. Lack of enforcement has caused eligibility to skyrocket. What is the point of having criteria for governing a monument when it's not being enforced? And if you do make changes to the criteria, what is going to ensure that they are enforced going forward? Enforcement needs to be dealt with first. Once an enforcement structure is set up that the veteran community can agree on and that works, we can relook the eligibility criteria. And I'd like to add the VAC shouldn't be that enforcement structure. They have a history of slam dunk voting yes on everything that the Alliance passes to them. If you're going to change anything, fix the typo, change it from country to county, and please enforce the original intention. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Good morning. My name is Seth Culver. I'm the current commander of VFW Post 2680. I'm also the secretary for the Veterans Building House Council, and I'm also an alternate for Supervisor Veerkamp. I would like to encourage the board to pass the updated monument policy. There was an objection in place, delay the vote due to some wording in the requirements of the plaque of the honorarium. The objection is moot because the updated policy uses the same wording as the original one. The only basic difference is the new policy makes them an individual paragraph instead of making them one long paragraph with bullet statements. This process has been in works for a while, as Ms. Timlin pointed out. All sides have been given ample opportunity to address and make any changes. I myself made several changes involving the military reserves and also the removal of the requirement of an E7 or above could only get a stone. Both of those were adopted and both of them are in the new policy. And quickly, I'd like to address the residency issue that Supervisor Parlin brought up. The monument is more for the living, not for the dead. If I want to honor my grandfather who served in World War I or World War II, or my brother who served in Vietnam, or a friend of mine that I served with in the First and Second Gulf War, I should be able to buy them a brick and go there and honor them so they're not forgotten. Some people do get forgotten. Some people are veterans that they may not have any friends or family left. It's for me to go up there and honor. That's really what the residency requirement is. I've lived in the county almost my whole life, so I should be able to honor a friend or a family member who never lived in the county, but it's for me as a county resident to go up to that monument to say, there you are, there's your service from World War I, World War II, Korea, whatever it may have been. So in closing, I would like to say, let's put this to rest. Let's finish this up and let's adopt the updated policy. My understanding is the options have all been cleared. Is that correct? Okay, great. So again, I ask the board to finalize this policy and please vote yes on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, long morning. I'm John Poimer. I'm a retired Navy captain. Served 30 years from enlisted to officer rank. I am Director Emeritus of the El Dorado County Veterans Alliance. And I urge the board's acceptance of the VAC recommendations, the Veterans Affairs Commission recommendations. I think they're sound. We spent 3 years on this now in discussion. I don't know that any further discussion will do anything other than this is the best solution. Let me talk about residency briefly. I had a high school mate who never probably stepped foot in El Dorado County. He was on the swim team with me, and he went off to Vietnam. I went off to junior college, joined the reserve right away, saw it coming. And he came back alive, but paralyzed from the waist down. This was a time after he got through the VA and so forth, in which we were being spat upon. I was spat upon with my bride in Washington, D.C., because I was a Vietnam era veteran. He came back to a world in which they spat upon you, they called you baby killer, they yelled at you, they walked up 2, 3, 4, we don't want your frickin' war behind you as you walk down the street. And all of that happened. He couldn't get a date. He was paralyzed in a wheelchair. He went up to Skyline Drive in the San Francisco Peninsula, stuck a hose in his window, and ended his life. By the way, his parents had died before he did that, so he had no one to even talk to him. All of us were off in college, off in different places. I couldn't get him recognized in DC because he didn't die in Vietnam, though Vietnam killed him. So what did I do? I came to El Dorado County and put his brick out there. Frank Zustiak's brick is there, and you'll find it, Vietnam, and it says that he's there. Why do we say that county residents can salve their own anguish about veterans they've lost, comrades in arms, friends, family, ancestors, to share their history as you did, and sharing your entire family's history, and as I did, sharing my entire family's history there, because it's for county residents. As Seth just said, it's for the living, not for the dead. The dead aren't there to remember what they did or to think about it. And I go out there on evenings and I see the people walking by and they grieve and they appreciate what we have done in this county. So I hope you vote for it. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Thank you, John. Anybody else want to speak? Come on up.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Donna Mullins-Becker. I'm a U.S. Army veteran. I'm currently an alternate for Supervisor Jermu on the Veterans Affairs Commission. I want to tell you, it's been an honor for me to work with these gentlemen. They have worked very hard in bringing you this new version of the criteria. And I really would hope that you would take the time to approve this and move forward. They've spent a lot of time recognizing and the difficulties that we have, and that what has happened in the past is in the past, not to be forgotten, because we should never do that. But we need to move forward, and this is the best solution at this time. I have a brother that was killed during World War II on the USS Indianapolis. He was never a citizen here within our county. But if I chose to put a brick out there for him, I should have the right to do so, to honor him. My mother's a Gold Star mother, and our family is a Gold Star family. So I really urge you to move forward on this. Let's go forward, not backwards. Let's not keep going on and on about this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Donna. Appreciate it. Anybody else want to speak?
Good morning, all. I'm Mac Adams. I'm the commander of the VFW 10165 for the last 6 years. I'm the second vice commander for the Legion. I'm the co-chair for Military Family Support, Veterans Readiness in El Dorado County. I was drafted in March of '68. I was 5 years old at the time. And it was traumatic. I went to Vietnam in '69. I went to Iraq in '05. I served 41 years, 8 months, 11 days. And then I joined the California State Military Reserve for another 10 years, working the fires in 12 and 14, the King Fire. I have a vested interest in honoring veterans. I have a vested interest in El Dorado County. This past policy was never enforced. And I totally agree that when it came up to Captain Jacobs is when they enforced the policy. It was never enforced. It's abomination up there on that wall. But this policy is the best we came up with so far. Is it palatable? Yeah. And even with all of that, I'm still not a hero based on the criteria. But what we have to do is get past all of that, look at the policy and say, okay, you know, not everybody's going to be happy, but does it work? And will we enforce it? So that's the primary thing. With all my time in the military and law enforcement, I worked in the jail with Lykoff in 96. So I understand the interworkings of following the policy, and that's what we need to do here. As long as you have a standard, hold them to it. But that was never done. So now if we do that, let's move forward, because we can't go back. I love these old guys, you know, they're goats, you know, and it hurts me to go against some of them. But if they need to be carried out on their shield, well, so be it. But it's important that we move forward and we invest in the future of veterans and in the county. Whether we get outsiders or not, I don't know. As the American Legion, I got you. As the American Legion, we have bricks there too. So it's not that you can't do it within the county. It's just that this monument is significant and it should be upheld. I don't even know that it should be upheld to the federal standards. Like I said, that means I'm not even a hero. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else want to speak on this? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants. Kim?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. Ken Greenwood, Triple Junctions. Yes, when I saw this item, I was very interested and concerned that I would not be able to, and I would not be able to get bricks for my grandfather who served in World War I, my uncle who was killed in action in World War II, and my father who served in European theater in World War II, and in fact was on his way halfway across America to participate in the invasion of the mainland Japan, or the island of Japan, and may have been one of the estimated 2.5 million casualties during that invasion. And so I was concerned that we were going to exclude people who weren't residents, but I'm a resident, 32 years now. Used to work with Mr. Buchanan, and you know his vision while under attack in Vietnam was, as far as I could ever see, that this basically is open to veterans. The three people I've mentioned are, even though I didn't serve, we were our Gold Star family. And I've done extensive research into my Uncle Kenneth's death. And my truly remaining bucket list is to go to Normandy to visit his grave. In fact, August 3rd is the anniversary of his being shot down in his P-47. Anyway, keep it as it is, if you will. Sounds like a lot of work has gone into this, and so let's say it's time to move on. But yes, it hopefully if we're running out of space, let's create more space. Let's talk to Mr. Wolf and work something out there. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. First, I just want to note real quick that after the agenda item 21 thing, it seemed like some of the volume on the microphones in the room kind of reduced because I had to up the volume on my computer that I didn't have to before. Side note. So hopefully you as supervisors took a look at the survey results that were posted in the agenda item. There's a lot of really interesting comments in there that kind of align with a lot of what's been said in the boardroom today. And there were only 33 respondents to the survey. According to the census, there's about 12,000 veterans in El Dorado County. And there's also a reference that the El Dorado County Department of Veteran Services states they serve over 17,000 local veterans. So I would say if there's only 33 responses to a survey, that probably all of the people in the room that have chosen to speak today did so because maybe they didn't know about the survey or they weren't represented or they provided feedback. I know it's going to be a tough decision either way, but I just kind of wanted to highlight some of that information. Ultimately, I want to support what the veterans of our county would like to see for the honorary memorial. So thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board for any other discussions or comments at this time.
I want to hear what Supervisor Veerkamp was proposing.
First off, you're all heroes in my book. I don't care what the definition is. Anybody that would put their life on the line for protection of others and our rights and freedoms are heroes. And it just saddens me that we've gotten to this point. When I look at the dedication language of the plaque of Richard Buchanan, it talks about veteran dedication and sacrifices of other men and women of armed forces would not be forgotten. To me, that's some intent there to recognize maybe a little wider berth than what we originally, 2007, BOS did. And I'm not putting words in any of their mouths, but I think at that time, it was not contemplated for things to get so big and be so, but the potential for growing. Sometimes we're very closed-minded or just don't look that far into the future. And I think this is some of that future that now we're having to deal with. So I think everybody's worked very hard on this. Obviously, I've heard from many folks that have been longtime acquaintances. And I think we just have to expand our horizons here a little bit. I think the 4 recommendations are valid and will help us. And the enforcement is definitely an important piece of this. And then secondly, there has to be, in my opinion, some appeal process. And I know it wouldn't be pretty or could be pretty or not be pretty at the time. But if there's a mistake made or something else, then there has to be an ultimate authority that does that appeal. And should be fairly clear as long as criteria is followed as spelled out here. So with that, I would move the recommendation of the 4 BAC recommendations as staff has presented.
I'll second that.
Any more discussions before we move on?
So what's being recommended, will that allow for another Captain Jacobs type incident to happen?
No, it will not allow for that type of incident to happen. Would it allow for someone such as Captain Jacobs to have a plaque? Yes, it would. However, there was a change. There was a lack of oversight, and John Brown is our VSO. And some of the things that happened before either of us were in our roles. And I can let you speak for yourself, but I know I'm committed to following any criteria that is adopted. That is my responsibility. I would expect that of
Most
the
definitely.
VSO also.
Yes. Jonathan Brown, El Dorado County BSO. I will definitely uphold the criteria as it's approved. And as for residency, that statement was made before we were fully staffed, before we had the additional position filled. So it is possible for me to verify residency. And we can also put that into the application for.
It is in there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've built it in and we have vetted through a process to ensure enforcement.
Yeah, okay.
That's important.
So in my recollection also, and correct me if I'm wrong, because it's been a while, but part of the problem was that the plaque for Captain Jacobs went up. Then there was an appeal. And then we had to decide afterward. And that
Yeah.
was also part of the
Yeah,
awkwardness. It was
and-
really.
and I was there that
horrible.
day too,
Yeah, it
so.
shouldn't have happened
And
like that.
so is it in here somewhere that nothing will be placed until all the deadlines for an appeal? So that cannot
exhausted.
happen
Yes.
again. I don't ever want to have to talk about removing something. That was most of the heartbreaking part of the whole thing. It was just awful. So is that in here?
Yes, honoraria shall not be installed until a final decision is made by the VSO or Board of Supervisors as applicable, which shall include expiration of any time for any objection or appeal. It's also, there are timelines built in for the objection. So there's the 15 days. So the VSO will send the notification out that an application has been received, and that he has approved it based on verification of the military status. Then they'll have 15 days to appeal that. And then if you're choosing to adopt the Veterans Affairs Commission recommendation, then John will place the appeal on the VAC's agenda. So it's heard by the VAC. Then it will come to the Board of Supervisors with the VAC recommendation, and nothing will be installed until after Board of Supervisors makes a determination.
Okay, that was a critical thing.
It just got way too political is what it
Yeah.
is, so.
Okay, so that helps. And then, and it's mostly about the plaques that go on the wall that really got controversial. And so it was about the hero language. So I'm on that B document, page 3. Is that clear enough in there? Any person, unit who, for being, commended, because that got really heated in our conversation too about whether, is this clear enough, do you think?
I'm also not a veteran, so
Correct.
I can state that from the veterans that I've worked with, they believe it is clear enough.
Okay. Because that was also really contentious and,
I can also state that that was the criteria that was applied for Captain Jacobs. So, and Mr. Pomeroy does a really good job of explaining. This is, so Captain Jacobs distinguishes himself in action by extraordinary heroism while engaged against an enemy of the United States. And the act to be commended was performed in the presence of great danger or at great personal risk. And so that's how he met that criteria.
Right, and that's how we read it too, and still it got really controversial and
Yeah,
debated, so
exactly.
that's how I remember we interpreted it at that time. And then the other one that I don't see that I had asked for back in 2021 was the plaques themselves. I don't see dimensions or clarity on that, so that those don't get unwieldy, or some of them are bigger or different than the others. And was that talked about? Because I know I asked for that.
That was talked about.
And I'm looking at page 2.
And I want to say the plaques are a standard size.
Okay, if they are, I don't see it in here. And I do think that because of, you know, what we've been through, I don't want to do that again either. And so could we have some clarity on the plaque sizes, and so that, you know, nobody tend to get out of
Mhm.
control bigger than others or whatever.
Right.
Because the bricks have it very clear, the
Mhm.
size, the number of characters per line, very clear. The benches, I believe, are also, the size is in here, the number of lines. So I just think that the plaque should have that kind of information also, so they're
Mhm.
consistent.
And John just clarified for me, which it's not in here and we could
Okay.
add it, but it is on the application. The size of the
Okay,
plaque is on the
could we
application.
please add it in here then,
Mhm.
so it's in the document? That'd be awesome.
Yes.
And then what about, if the board is looking at adding the stones, which it sounds like you are, but there's potential for more.
I understand.
So is there dimensions for those and criteria? Because that should also happen.
Okay.
Because we don't want any boulders or pebbles.
Well, there
or-
should be a standardization.
There should be a
yeah.
standard, and it needs to be in this document, so.
Okay.
Just trying to think of anything that's
Yeah.
gonna come up in the future.
Diamond versus serpentine, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, there's gotta be some consistency, because it is a memorial, and, we want it to look.
I know that they are granite stones,
Okay.
and it does say granite stone, but
Stones.
it doesn't show, the dimensions. So
Okay.
yes, we can do that.
Okay, that helps
Yep.
a wee bit
The motion maker would modify to that language
to
clarification.
include it.
And I'll still second it.
Okay.
Yeah, with those changes.
Okay.
All right, we are, do you want to read that back, Ken, on that before we vote on it?
Of course, a motion was made by Supervisor Veerkamp, seconded by Supervisor Ferrero to approve option 1 of the items listed. Also to include the language that plaques shall be a standard size to mirror the language in the application. Also, there should be included standard size for the stones.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Lane being absent.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Ooh, all right. So we'll move on to department matters. But we'll wait till everybody, give them time to leave here. You know. All right, we're going to move to department matters. Item 29, DOT 2025 CIP.
Item number 25 comes from the Department of Transportation recommending the board, 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adopting the 2025 capital improvement program. 2, remove Hennington Road extension from the 2025 CIP since it's been removed from the general plan and circulation map. 3, include new project Grizzly Flat Road in the 2025 CIP. And 4, include new project guardrail replacement in the 2025 CIP.
All right, Raphael?
Good morning, Chair, once again, and Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County, here with you today with county staff to request the adoption of the DOT's 2025 Capital Improvements Program, or as what we like to call it, our CIP. The CIP is a long-range document for all transportation projects, providing strategic direction on those projects from the current year all the way out to the 20-year horizon. Every year, the Department of Transportation comes before the board and the Planning Commission to ask for adoption of those changes being schedule, funding, cost estimates, and to make sure that the department is addressing board priorities. It is also a time where the Department of Transportation might make minor changes to the CIP, either addition or deletion of projects due to traffic volumes, analysis, either analysis concluding traffic warrants were met or that they no longer meet either state or federal standards. It furthermore provides for addition or deletion or changes to any opportunities of grant funding that might have come up through the federal state governments, and or if any of the projects are available through TIF funding availabilities. I really quickly want to address one question that seems to come up every year, and that is that of the unfunded list. Now, the unfunded list is a list of projects that are on our CIP that have been brought to our attention from either residents and or the Board of Supervisors. These projects, on an average, typically don't meet exactly the threshold for the warrant analysis to justify the implementation of traffic control or a project at a location. But the Department of Transportation leaves them on what we call the unfunded list for two reasons. The first is that we might need to review that project on a yearly basis to determine whether new traffic volumes or analysis are increasing or rising so that they do meet the threshold. And so we want to make sure that we are informing the residents of any new data that might come up. The second reason we keep them on the unfunded list is because there might be a CIP project or a developer project that is coming in to the area or into that region. And so then we might want to collaborate either the department or for that developer so that they are aware that that community holds this project in high regard. So on March 11th, the Department of Transportation brought forward recommendations for 2 new projects, as well as any timeline changes and scheduling changes to our CIP, cost estimates that had either 10% or $250,000 increases, whichever was greater. Then on April 29th, the board adopted a general plan amendment removing the conceptual alignment of Headington Road. This was due to a project that drastically reduced traffic volumes in that area, as well as changed the circulation of that area. On June 26th, the final CIP was brought before the Planning Commission, where the planning commissioners agreed with DOT's recommendations that the changes were consistent with the general plan and with county, state, and federal standards. Today, we bring forward to you the final CIP with any of those modifications outlined in detail in attachment D, as well as any changes that they might have having to do with budgetary, including 2 new projects. The Grizzly Flat Road at Steely Fork Consumas River Bridge replacement and the guardrail replacement project on Lotus Road between Green Valley and Bassey Road. So I just want to conclude my presentation by saying that the annual update is an opportunity for DOT to come back to the board to give you minor changes to our CIP. It is not an opportunity to discuss major changes. That is what is discussed at when we do the major update that is performed every 5 years, where we analyze all new projects, all new developer projects, any new development or CIP projects in collaboration with the traffic model to make sure that it is still correct and concurrent. So that concludes my presentation for you here today. If you have any questions, I have DOT staff here that can answer them, as well as myself, on any of the changes that we have brought forward, as well as any questions you might have regarding any current CIP project that is either in design or in construction. Thank you very much.
All right, bring it to the board. Any questions?
Yeah, I just
Go
want
ahead.
real quick clarity, Raphael, because you
Yes.
said something and I went, wait a minute. 5-year review, yeah, we look at everything and make changes or additions, whatever. But also, if there's any type of a project approved, that's a general plan amendment, because that changes the general plan. That
Most
also would
definitely.
trigger a look at your CIP.
You know
right?
our specifications very well, Ms. Brawley.
Well, I just want to
Yes.
make sure that that's said out loud, because sometimes, we forget or we're not clear, but
If a new project that has an amendment to the general plan, it automatically triggers, and our senior traffic engineer, Zach Oates, has mentioned that, yes, you are
Okay.
correct, that it triggers a whole new major update for us to reevaluate our circulation plan, our traffic volumes, our current CIP, to make sure that they are current and going to be able to keep up with current traffic volumes and models.
okay, just
Yes.
thank you for that. I appreciate
Yes,
it.
most definitely.
Yeah, I got a question on Grizzly Flats, Sealy Fork Kasumis River Bridge that you guys are gonna replace. I know it's real narrow. I know there's been a lot of problems with that. The problem that I have, are you gonna raise that bridge? Because there's that bridge, when we get a lot of rain, it floods. And basically it's hard to get across that bridge when it happens. So is that gonna be raised, especially, and all the debris that's still around that particular bridge that needs to be removed?
That's why I have my staff with you
Okay.
here today. So I'm gonna hand
Turn
that
over to Matt.
to Matt. Go ahead
Okay,
and
or
give you
John?
the-
Yeah.
Either
you
one.
guys. Okay.
Good morning, Board. Matt Smeltzer, Deputy Director of Engineering. Yeah, we haven't started the project yet. We're very fortunate to get the funding for it. It's difficult to get on the Highway Bridge Program these days. They changed the criteria. It's a 1936 bridge
Mhm.
with
Yeah.
one lane
One lane.
signs in each direction and all kinds of issues with the health of it. It does have a vertical sag there where it goes through, and
Right.
we'll definitely be looking at adjusting the profile. The geometrics on it are poor, and the structure's in poor condition. So, yeah, we'll look at all that, possibly raising it up, make sure we get the proper head clearance above the water for the bottom of the bridge, and any geometry or flooding issues. We work closely with the maintenance and everybody on the history of what's happened out there in the past. So, yeah, we definitely don't want any debris getting caught under the new bridge.
Right, exactly. That's what my concern was. I mean, to spend all that money on this particular project and then we have an issue with debris wiping the bridge out. So,
Good point. Thank you.
yeah, okay. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
And I just want to add, yeah, when we designed the new Bucks Bar Bridge, we specifically did that. We made sure that we analyzed the past storms to make sure that the new alignment was not going to be hampered by that. And John Kaling can give you details about that project if you'd like.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Any other questions?
All right.
Yeah. I
Anybody
got
else?
just a quick
Go
one,
ahead.
Raphael. Try to say it, a white rock
Yeah.
road widening.
Yeah.
So that's being moved up 2 years.
Yes, it is. Well, what we did is we advanced it really just a few months. It was always going to be going on this year. But when we brought to you the first reiteration of our recommendations in March, we had requested we start the funding sooner, so, and we did. And so then now we are going to be advancing that. We have the funding for design as well as construction.
For you?
Yes.
Where do we get that?
TIF.
Is it tied to a project or a development?
No, it's in our TIF funding.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right.
Yeah, which is good.
Good.
Yeah.
So this date, 27, 28, that's actually to start construction because you're planning it now.
Yes.
Okay.
To start construction.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions or at this time, or do you want to go ahead and open it up for public
Open it up.
comment? All right, let's go ahead and open it up to public comment. Kim?
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 29. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on up, Chris.
I'm here. Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I was at the Planning Commission on June 26th, 2025, and made a couple of comments, which I'm going to repeat. First of all, there's a little difference in terms of the items that are before you today and what was before the Planning Commission, and I'll just speak to those. At the Planning Commission, they were looking for an approval of the finding of consistency of the 2025 annual capital improvement program with the general plan, and approve the finding of a consistency for the following to be included in the CIP, and then they listed the projects. One that is not listed, and I think I understand why, it has to do with timing. What's the status of the adjustment of the project schedule for the White Rock Road widening 2 to 4 lanes post street to south of Silver Valley Parkway to allow planning environmental design work to begin? I believe it's because now we're into the 25-26 fiscal year, and that was the reason why that is not listed here anymore, but I'll let you speak to that. Also, that Steely Fork project, what a great project. I mean, that is so necessary, and it goes along with the rebuilding of Grizzly Flat. It'll fit in very nicely, and so I really appreciate that Matt got that funding for that. And then the various locations for guardrail speaks for itself. The final thing that I did say is that more specifically, there's 10 pages of unfunded CIP projects, 10 pages. There's these are matrix. And so, and it's a total, because I looked at each page, a total of 167 projects that are identified as unfunded. And some of those have to do, and hopefully Raphael can speak to this, some of them have to do with safety or potential safety. And I was just asking at the Planning Commission, what does that mean? It's not really accepting any risk, because we call that something a safety or a potentially safety project, because sometimes we want to be risk averse. But I maybe we could get Raphael just to comment on that one. So that's my couple of comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak on this item? Come on up. I don't see anybody. Let's go to Zoom participants, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, Board. Ken Greenwood, District 5. Part of this is the improvement out on Grizzly Flat Road. Absolutely needs replacing. But keep in mind when we're designing this, yes, flood flows. Texas recently shows us that we can't plan for too little rain, if you will. Anyway, but still, as with Newtown Road and Clear Creek, for instance, again, you should all go out and check out these new bridges, if you will. The local sideshow community really likes to do donuts out on the Clear Creek Bridge. Virtually once a month. There's some sort of activity out there and brand new skid marks on the road from these people displaying their talent or lack of talent, certainly a lack of class. Anyway, just scale, if you will. I get planning for the future, but really Grizzly Flat is hopefully kind of a dead-end road with respect to additional development out there. But of course, with the fire, that's complicated things. But the reality is that the bridge has always been, or has definitely been, undersized. But again, making it too big and too gaudy, if you will, hopefully we can strike a balance, because the monstrosity at Newtown Road is just that. It is way out of place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey, everybody. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. You know, I always have to speak when DOT's up. I don't ever want them to think that they're being ignored. I appreciate them a lot. They do a lot of good work. As kind of as noted, the Planning Commission did in fact include the Post Street White Rock Road widening, as Supervisor Ferraro brought up too. That was originally reviewed by the Board of Supervisors March 11th before it went back to the Planning Commission for some reason backwards. In that March 11th meeting, there were no funding sources listed. I am glad to see today includes some funding sources. I just want to bring that up potentially for consistency going forward when the DOT items are brought forward. But also today during the JPA discussion, I thought I heard the comment saying that the JPA included up to Silva Valley. But I don't think it does. And in fact, Raphael saying in the CIP book, as well as Raphael just saying that the TIF funds cover that section, that's not part of the JPA. And I looked back at the original documents for the JPA, and it only went up to Latrobe Road because the Silva Valley overcrossing didn't exist when we signed that JPA document. So I don't know if it's been trued up, but I did just kind of want to highlight that it doesn't look like we would have any funding from the JPA. So then it begs the question still, potentially, if there's a commercial project approved in that area, would they contribute to it? Or in reality, is our full TIF funding going to be used for $13 million worth of potential expansion on that section of the roadway? So mostly I just wanted to highlight for the JPA discussion that will hopefully be coming up pretty soon for clarity on the exact sections that the JPA covers. So thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, board. So I made comments on, oh, hold on a minute. I'm sorry, I go back and forth. Can I have my timer? I was on the wrong device. Thank you. So for the Board of Supervisors to make an educated decision of where the traffic mitigation fees should go, you really need to have the roads listed by level of service, not priority of the developers. I'm curious why we're funding a road for Costco. The funds coming into traffic mitigation funds should be used for existing capacity deficiencies and not going placed in for projects that are for future growth. And that's actually what the resolution that you're signing says, that the department analyzed everything for future growth and they're putting everything in the capital improvement plan. Why it's so big is all of these projects that they're considering. And so instead of mitigating existing deficiencies. They're supplying sides. They've actually found the loophole. I feel bad because I've kind of pointed it out that you don't have to put these projects in, and then the developers, if they're not in there, the developers has to pay the full cost of that impact. Well, when they're putting all these in the book, it's so they only pay a minimal amount, which doesn't cover the impact, which just violates the general plan, the voters' initiatives that were put into the general plan, and this shell game of the transportation department is really becoming sad, because we're just going to be complete gridlock, especially in El Dorado Hills. It's already there. And you continue to grow. Missouri Flat, you've been approving projects that it's already over level of service F, and it's being ignored. And nobody, the board's just going right along with it, which is very sad. So if you approve this, you're violating the general plan, not only the elements and policies, but what the voters voted for and was confirmed by the courts. If you think about it, they took out the Missouri Flat. I want to know how much money is collected from the Missouri Flat Diamond Springs Slide Park that now is going to go to El Dorado Hills, because it's saying there's no funds there. Well, there were funds collected in those areas. Is it all now being applied to El Dorado Hills? That's also a violation of the general plan. In your element 10, you have to spend the money where it's collected. And then I just serious concerns that you're just going along with DOT's work with the developers and not listening to your constituents, the general plan, the intent. The whole plan is based on traffic, not having traffic in this county, that we have a more enjoyable place. I always used to breathe a sigh of relief once I got through El Dorado Hills and going up the hill and thinking, we don't have the traffic they have everywhere else. We have a wonderful place to live, and you guys are just letting them run over that and pave over the whole county with our tax dollars. Thank you.
Sue.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it. Raphael can.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to answer a few of the questions. Yes, when we first came to the board in March, we were hoping to have this final CIP to this board before the new fiscal, which is July 1st. And so we were hoping to come back in June, therefore advancing the Latrobe, the White Rock project. But because now we're in July to the new fiscal, that's why we're not bringing it forward. I'm actually going to have John Killing in a second come up to talk about the project and its deliverables in just one second. But to answer Chris's other question regarding mentions of safety, that is because that is what it was brought forward to the Department of Transportation. A resident and or a board supervisor might say, hey, can you look into this? The residents are saying that there's safety issues here. And so that's what we put it under. So then now what we know what to look for, we're not looking for traffic volumes. It's not an issue. Maybe it's overgrowth. But now if somebody says, oh, there's traffic volumes, then we put it under traffic volumes. Now we know what to look for year after year. Okay, we have to look for traffic when we reanalyze that intersection. So any analysis and or determination of there being either a safety issue or traffic issue is determined by the Department of Transportation as to its final classification. That those in the unfunded is how it was brought to the department. And then lastly, to answer Sue's question, when I first came to El Dorado County back 8 years ago, White Rock was operating at a level of service C and D. Now White Rock is operating at a level of service D and E. We are estimating that White Rock within the next 2 to 3 years will be operating possibly within EF. And that's why we are bringing forward that project before it gets there, not waiting until we're at that moment where it's already gridlocked and now it's a problem. Furthermore, we actually removed a project from the CIP because we did determine that it was not needed as part of our general plan. If in the event, on Latrobe, if in the event that a project was to come in, it is their responsibility to pay for it, not the county existing developments and or its resources. So we make every effort to make sure that, yes, we have the developer pay their fair share as identified in the general plan. With that said, I'm going to have John Killing. I'm very excited about White Rock and that we're getting started on that. So I'm just going to have him come up here real quick and let you know where we're at with that and the timelines on that.
Okay. Good morning again, board. With regard to White Rock, we did get authorization to start moving on that project in March, and we did. We've just received proposals from environmental firms to get the ISMND, the CEQA document going. This, as was noted, this project is funded by the Zone A TIF, so there'll be no NEPA, so that'll help us. The delivery schedule of the project is going to depend pretty much on two items. Number one, a right-of-way purchase we need to make on the south side of White Rock, utility relocation in the same area, and then number two, utility relocation along White Rock, along the northerly side of White Rock, east of Valley View towards Silva Valley. You'll recall the creek gets close to the road right there. We can't widen into the creek, so we're going to widen into the hill, but oops, there's overhead utilities there. Again, since we don't have any state or federal money on the project, we can get started on the right-of-way issues right away, instead of waiting until we're done with environmental. So we're hoping to be able to shave some time off that way. So all that said, bottom line is we're hoping to get environmental done this year, design and right-of-way done next year, and build the project in calendar 27. That's an aggressive timeline, and those right-of-way and utility items that I brought up earlier will probably determine if we're able to be successful. If we're not, we're definitely going to build it in 28, absent some factor that I can't contemplate right now. So hopefully 27, definitely 28 as far as construction.
Yeah. One of the things is, John, on that is the trailer park there, because this is a lot of concerns. A lot of residents were complaining down there because they have a hard time turning left. They have to turn right, then go up, turn around, and then go back. So this has been a big issue for a long, long time. So this will address that problem. So I appreciate that.
One more thing with respect to the JPA. It's our analysis that this isn't within the limits of the JPA, that it does go to Silver Valley Parkway along White Rock. As you're indeed either know or are learning, the JPA's had trouble finding funding for their work for construction. As we all know, it's hard to get money to add lanes nowadays. So in theory, we could wait for the JPA to build this little piece of White Rock, but it would seem to me that the JPA board is going to want to make the connection towards 99. There's a lot more work to be doing that way. And I don't think we'll see any money from them for this portion of White Rock in my career. So I think the board's doing the right thing by advancing the construction of White Rock with the TIF program.
And John, which TIF zone did you say it's coming from?
C, did I say A?
Okay, just
I
check
live
in.
in A. All right. I like the A better. I like it.
Well,
Thank you for correcting that. I don't want to start.
I'm like, about that.
All right.
So there's no
Okay.
money in
Thanks
zone
for
A,
that
gosh.
clarification. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, we're getting away with one.
All right. So any other comments from the board member here? So, all right. So can I get a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll move item 29 for approval.
I'll second it. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Lane being absent.
All right. All right. So let's move to item 30. First reading of the ordinance, the updated qualification of AAB.
Item number 30 comes from the clerk of the board, recommending the board, one, approve the introduction of an ordinance to amend ordinance 4442 titled County Assessment Appeals Board to update the qualifications for assessment appeals board members to make it consistent with provisions outlined in Revenue and Taxation Code 1624 and waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue the matter to July 22nd, 2025 for final passage. So I'll just read some prepared remarks I have regarding the item. The proposed amendment is intended to align the qualification requirements for membership on the Assessment Appeals Board with the most current statutory provisions. Specifically, it reflects the current changes to Revenue and Taxation Code 1624 to broaden the pool of eligible candidates, as we all know how difficult it is to fill those positions. Previously, eligibility was largely limited to professionals with designated experience in real estate, property appraisal, or taxation. However, the statutory updates now explicitly include certified property appraisers recognized by the Office of Real Estate Appraisers, appraisers certified by the Board of Equalization, and most importantly for us are individuals who, in the judgment of the nominating board of supervisors, possess competent and relevant knowledge of property appraisal and taxation matters. By incorporating these expanded criteria, the proposed amendment not only ensures legal consistency with state law, but also enhances the board's ability to appoint members with a wider range of experience and practical experience. And I'll be open to any questions.
All right, so bring it back to board. Any questions, comments?
Just, so this would, I've been vacant since I started, and it's a hard position to find. The requirements are very hard, but this would open it up to someone like, a real estate agent perhaps that has experience in the area that's, familiar with appraising property. Okay, I
Absolutely.
think that'd be very helpful.
All right, good. Any other comments or questions? All right, let's go ahead and public comment.
Now taking public comment specifically regarding item 30. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the board chambers like to speak on this item? Okay. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so bring it back to the board for motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Lane being absent. And thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Board will now recess into closed session to hear items 32 through 34 as specified in the agenda. Anyone that wishes to provide comments concerning these matters may do so at this time. Please open up for public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right, anybody in the board chambers like to speak? Come on up. Let's go to Zoom participants.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so now we're recessed to closed session. That's okay. All right. All right, so at this time, the board will open it up to open forum. Open forum is allowed to anybody that can speak that anything that's not on the agenda. So I'll open it up to open forum.
We are now taking public comments specifically on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press star 9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right, anybody want to speak? Come on up. Okay. Yeah.
Ours.
You want to-
Lars Knudsen, Pollock Pines. Just want to say God bless us. You know, we need to be blessed. There's a lot been going on just the last couple weeks. Floods, fires and floods. I think the Lord's trying to wake us up. And I was planning on going to Texas, but I'm on hold right now. There is no political solution to spiritual problems. Zero. We can come with vain words, all this grandeur and all this stuff, even in the name of the Lord. And if it's not led by spirit of truth, it's all vapor. Floods. Hundreds are dead. 4th of July. Great 4th of July. It's the goodness of God that leads people to repentance. Don't forget this. Hallelujah. Firefighters being assassinated up in Idaho. You got politicians getting assassinated in Minnesota. Evil is amongst us. Hate evil, love good. I titled this Fires and Floods, the end of all things. Then Jesus replied to them, watch out that no one deceives you, for many will come in my name, saying, I am the Messiah. And they will deceive many. You are going to hear of wars and rumors of war. See that you're not alarmed. Do not be alarmed, but be alert. Stay alert. I'm going to pass that. For behold, the Lord will come with fire and with his chariots like a whirlwind to render his anger and his fury and rebuke with flames of fire. And by fire and by his sword will the Lord plead with all flesh. And the slain of the Lord shall be many. It's the goodness of God that leads people to repentance. But as for you, do you seek great things for yourself? Stop seeking them. For I'm about to bring evil disasters on every living creature. This is the Lord's declaration. But I will grant you your life like the spoils of war wherever you go. It's the goodness of God that leads people to repent. Evil pursues sinners, but to the righteous good shall be repaid. A good man leaveth an inheritance to his children. It's the goodness of God that leads people to repent. Jesus' message is simple. We all need to repent. And I'm asking the Holy Spirit to move on this county like never before. It's time that there's no political solution to a spiritual problem. We all have faith in something. You get a bunch of Christians together and you'll get a lot of different answers and you'll get a lot of different looks. But when you're led by the anointing of truth, and the anointing of truth is here right now, and I ask him to touch us in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars.
Thanks, Lars.
That's all right. Okay.
That's okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Ms. Schmidt, Mr. Livingston, and Ms. Dawson. How are you all doing? My name is Nathan Rangel. I know most of you. I come to you today wearing two hats. One is as the Government Affairs Director for the American River Outfitters Association, and also as the chair and your appointed outfitter representative on the Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee. I did send you all a letter yesterday. I copied that letter and sent a note off to the Parks and Rec Commission today. And what I'm asking for you today, what I'm asking for each one of the supervisors, and I'd love it if Ms. Schmidt would also suggest this. our job at CLAC, as it says in the resolution that put us together, says that we make suggestions to the Parks and Recreation Commission, Planning Commission, Board of Supervisors about issues in the Coloma Lotus Valley, especially on the South Fork of the American from Chili Bar to Folsom Lake. They focus on, number one, updating the river management plan. How can we advise the Parks and Recreation Commission when they get the plan 3 business days after it's been released? And I've been asking for, and I pointed this out in the letter, for over a year now, for us to have the ability to take a look at this and weigh in on it. And when I asked, when I found out that it was being released, and I asked for us to get it first, I was told, well, that doesn't work out for the timing. That was what I was told. That's exactly the point. What's the rush on this? It makes me wonder why this is being pushed through so quickly. I'd be saying this even if we didn't have major concerns, but I can tell you that the folks that I represent on the Outfitters Association has some real concerns about some items of this. And so I think the only responsible, reasonable, rational thing to do is to reach out to the commissioners, go ahead and take the presentation and ask them, and I'll ask them this on Thursday, not to take any action, to bring it back a month later after they've had an opportunity to gain what we have to say, what we, the stakeholders, the ones who have the most experience, the ones that you appointed to do that job, can get back to them and let them know how we feel about it. That's it. That's all I wanted to ask from you. So I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you.
Nate.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Okay. Anybody else in the board chambers want to speak? An open forum? Let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Hello, good afternoon. Kelly Nelevai again from El Dorado Hills. I want to start on a happy thing, and I just wanted to commend a staffer at the planning department, Tanya, I'll just say her first name, came in to finally bite the bullet, and we're going to get the solar and needed to file for our permit. We're doing owner construction. Waited 2.5 hours. That part wasn't so fun. But when I got there, I had neglected to bring 2 sets of plans. I only had one, and she was so kind and said, I can in good faith. Some people would have just sent you right home and said, sorry, you need to come back with 2 sets, but she figured out a solution. And I paid my almost $500. I guess those budget increases are showing, and successfully got my permit. So hopefully maybe it was a short staff day. I hope for other people that's not the norm to have to wait 2.5 hours, but she was a very pleasant and nice person to work with. Kind of shedding light on the gentleman that spoke before with the words of the Lord. Evil persists when good people do nothing. And I just want to shamelessly plug again that I think that our county is realizing that when good people do nothing, sometimes, things that aren't so great happen. And so I would encourage you again, Patriots of El Dorado County. We just dropped a great YouTube episode, Patriots of El Dorado County, on the budget. It's a very friendly discussion. It's not our intention to be one of those big bashing, talk a lot of talk, but not walk a lot of walk. We're also meeting this Thursday at, I forget where, but it's on our Facebook page, Patriots of El Dorado County. You were all sent an invite. We'd love at any time to welcome you into the conversation and for mutual respect, mutual participation with each other, good conversation, because when good conversation happens, things get done. And I'm very pleased with the results from this morning's agenda items conclusion. So good teamwork. Thanks a lot, guys.
Kelly.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. Ken Greenwood here. And thank you, Kelly, for the work you folks are doing. Item 1, 1 mile notice on cell towers, or WTF. Or WTF is the 1 mile notice. Let's remember, they're selling us a product that they say is very important within that 1 mile, that first mile, and therefore they really should be notifying everybody within a mile radius of the proposed site. That way people can say, hey, this will be good for me, or this will not be good for me, or I don't know. But at least they will know. They will be an informed electorate, if you will. And they can also actively be involved in the planning process. What better thing to enable, if you will, the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. Item 2. Hopefully you folks have your computers on. Quick like a bunny. Go to the meeting agenda, if that's the way you pulled it up, and go to item 1. It'll say 25-1181 in blue highlights. Click on that and see what happens. Okay, I'm with you. And what happened? Look up in the upper left-hand corner. It says agenda item, but it doesn't say which agenda item it is. This is silly. It should say agenda item 1, shouldn't it? But it doesn't. No, all I have is 25-1181. Wait a minute, what's that for? I've got 6 other windows open for my review of the agenda. Let's go back to the main page here. Yes, the agenda's on there. I can click on that, it'll download. But here's 25-1181. Click on that, and same stuff. No agenda item on that first page that comes up after clicking on agenda item 1 from either source. This is silly. I mean, I've been mentioning, according to my notes, I've been mentioning this for almost 3 years, and it still persists. Okay, so maybe we can help people out and back to public participation and do that. Thank you very much. Item 3, we're still the OWAPR and stuff like that, and the plan and presentations are going well throughout the county. Thank you to the staff, especially Tanya. Anyway, some things that we can hopefully do, have some elevationally based burn zones.
Thank you, Ken.
Night burning. Okay, you take care.
All right, thank you.
Now taking public comment from Fuzzy.
Hi. I guess I'm on. Hi, this is Uncle Fuzzy again. Hey, good to hear Mr. Greenwood, or whatever, Ken. Anyway, hope you all had a great vacation. I didn't. I'm not there present today because I still want to know is how we're going to find economic benefit of $43 million. Now, I know the Patriots got a thing Thursday. Maybe I'll listen to that because, like I told you,
Did we lose him?
Mr. Mason, we cannot hear you.
you can't, wait a minute, you can't hear
Now
me?
you're back. Now you're
There you
back.
are.
Okay, well, I'll sit still. Anyway, I'll back up for a second. I just wanted to find out if we found any extra money for our budget, what we're going to do, replace the visitor center and all that stuff that's going on. Some of you know I've been overseas promoting El Dorado County for the last 15 years, and very little money has been forwarded by the county, and that was strictly for handling the Go Penny Championships in 16. So I'm a little bit disappointed in all the good things that and my wife have promoted for the county, and to see you axe their budget. So, we're probably going to end up someplace like when we see it on Facebook or someplace, a town to visit a county to visit that's no more. In other words, there's nothing to do. The people don't come. We're relying on a couple of things, ag and rents from people and so on. So what happens to our history? And in closing, I just want to remind people that we are a county of doers, not just talkers and thinkers. And there's a great blues song I heard the other day. It's called Playing Outside the Box. So who wants to come play with us? I've heard some other people in different councils say they don't want to do that. They don't want to volunteer. They don't want to do things. And that is sad. So this is a community effort. A lot of time and people have been there helping out over the years. So it's time maybe for the council to give back a little bit. Now, I know Brian likes to do a lot of things. I don't know too much about the rest of you. So come join us. Have some fun. Make El Dorado County a place to come visit and stay. Thanks a lot. Have a great day. Bye.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll go ahead and close open forum and bring it back to the board. So we're going to go into closed session. There's not going to be any report out, correct?
That is correct, sir. And while I have the mic, I will just like to note that we did complete closed session item number 32, and there was no action to report out on that matter.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I just want to say I want to close this meeting in the honor of Gay Willard. Gay Willard was my Fair Board commissioner. She was, she was also one of the El Dorado Rose, and she dedicated a lot of hard work that came from her to help support this county. So I want to close that in her honor. Very good. Okay. All right. So you want to do twos and froms now before we go into close? Okay. Sure. Lori, we'll start with you down at the far end there.
Okay. So we haven't had a meeting in a couple weeks, but on Wednesday, the 25th of June, I participated in the Commission on Youth and Families gathering to launch the LIFT program and their report card, and other supervisors were there. Great turnout, lots of good conversation. I actually like the networking part of it the most. That's always the best opportunity to get everybody in the same room and can chit chat. And then that afternoon, I took off and drove up to Modoc County. RCRC was having the annual meeting in the county of the chair. And so RCRC chairs from Modoc County this year. And then on Thursday that week, we did a bunch of field trips, got to go out to see one of their wild horse preserves, which was amazing, and how they're managing the horse there. Saw a really cool, and you have to remember Modoc County's population is so small compared to ours, but they have so much land. And they had a really cool, they got a grant, I want to say it was a Prop 68 grant, and showed how to do cool things in a park. And I took some photos of this really neat gazebo they built over a locomotive, which made me think of what we're trying to do at the fairgrounds and stuff. So I can share photos with you guys on that to get some ideas. It was just beautiful. And then we had our board meeting actually on Friday that week. I will say that during the member county concerns at RCRC, I did bring up the fact that the RCRC staff has been helping work on a couple of bills that were changing CEQA. And I started to, learn more about those bills. They ended up getting wrapped up in the budget for the state. And I'm very concerned that that CEQA revision went too far and it's going to allow some bad stuff. So I did raise those concerns because I don't think that, and it just happened so fast and furious at the end of the legislation session. Thrown it in there with the budget, I think was very underhanded and took away the transparency. And we're always talking about local control. And I have a very bad feeling we're going to feel some of that. So anyway, I just want you to know I did raise that concern. On Monday, July 7th, I did take a tour of El Dorado Disposable over at the MRF. Still call it the dump. I got to stop doing it because they don't dump stuff there. It's a materials recovery facility, but they had heard my concerns. I always bring up concerns about stuff. And I appreciated they reached out and asked me to come see the facility because it's done now. I didn't even realize it's done. And honestly, my family and we go there a lot and I didn't know it was completed. So there you go. I just go there and do my thing. So then on Wednesday, the 9th, I'm on Pioneer Community Energy's expansion ad hoc committee because quite honestly, El Dorado County was the example of, whoa, you better do expansion better than that. Because our residents has had so many questions after the expansion in El Dorado County. And so Pioneer is going to be more than doubling in size by 2027. Its territory and number of residents served. And so they're being very thoughtful on how to get the messaging out about I don't know if you guys remember, but the opt-in versus opt-out, and it was very confusing. So they're working diligently to make sure that these new counties that are being brought in understand so that their participation rate is high, because that's really what you want. So I think that's why they asked me to be on that committee, because we learned a lot during that experience, and I appreciate it. And then Supervisor Veerkamp and I had an airport ad hoc meeting. I'll be honest with you, I cannot remember what we talked about, other than the fact that some stuff to get approved will be coming to the board. I think that's safe to say.
Right.
And same thing for the library ad hoc committee meeting. We've been talking with our library director about potential for upcoming ballot measures to continue funding some of our libraries, and those will be coming to the board also. So stay tuned for that. And I think that's really the only stuff that is pertinent. Other stuff was just fun activities.
All right, Brian.
All right, Lori, thank you for those updates. On the 9th, we had meeting with county council and HR. The 10th, as Lori stated, airport ad hoc. The consultant review
There it
report
is.
will be forthcoming. We talked about the leases and closing some of those leases, so there's really a lot of good activity going in that direction on the airports. And again, Lori talked about the library ad hoc, their schedule of election and when to maybe do the election. So that'll be coming to us for a final decision. We had our recommendation at the committee meeting. We had a transit special meeting that day to deal with personnel matter. We had a meeting with DOT it was a monthly meeting. On the 14th, meeting with Parks and Rec staff. We had a lively juvenile facility discussion yesterday as well with the group. And then met with building and planning afternoon, where we did talk about the new CEQA reform. And one item that really concerns me is we have to do a 45-day meeting at the board level, city council or board level, to discuss a housing project that's in a disadvantaged community, and we can't do anything about it. We just have to hold a public awareness discussion.
Great.
Yeah.
Never ends.
So I requested of building and planning to try to get us some sort of contact or meeting with HUD. We need to portray to them where they are putting or attempting to put SB 35 type accelerated projects are places that don't quite fit our rural communities. So
Right.
hopefully that meeting will be in the works and we can talk about that. And then Thursday, we have our barbecue coming up. I believe the chair is going to be the head cook.
Yeah.
I'm going to be a helper.
Yeah.
There's also an
I appreciate
employee,
that.
yeah, employee blood donation drive that morning.
That morning,
also,
I'm signed up.
I believe in the library. So with that, looking forward to Thursday. Sounds like.
Yeah. Sounds good. Okay.
You guys enjoy Thursday. I will be at the new supervisors conference for my final 2 days. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna miss it.
Yeah. Too bad.
It's kind of a quiet couple weeks, but I did participate in the Lyft event sponsored by EDCO, and that was really interesting. And you know, what I came away with that is adults are failing our kids. That was kind of the overarching theme that I walked away, which is pretty sad. On the 27th, I had a meeting in South Lake, so I took the opportunity and went over and toured the juvenile treatment center also, and did a walkthrough of that facility. And quite, you know, it reminded me of my old career. Going to the jails gives me an eerie feeling, but it's, you know, well run, clean, and impressive. Met with various department heads and constituents. I also toured the MRF and El Dorado Disposal. And my father was in the garbage business in San Francisco, so I grew up in that environment. So the smells and stuff there were coming home. And then yesterday we toured Serrano and with the Department of Agriculture, and to learn about the glassy wing sharpshooter problem. And fortunately, we kind of toured the areas that they had already treated, and we were not able to find any activity, which was good.
Oh, good.
Leanne was very surprised by that, but they haven't got a response from about 300 homes. I think they've treated over 500, but they still need 300. And so I'm drafting a letter, going to send it to the homeowner association, put it on social media, but it is spreading. I know they just found one over in the custom area, which is the opposite side of Serrano where the major problem is. And that is about it. Yeah, again, I'll miss the Thursday one, but I won't miss the next one. Yeah, I'd much rather view it at the barbecue.
Totally understand. Totally
Yeah.
understand. All right, so on Thursday the 26th, I had a meeting with Alex Padilla. It was a Zoom call with his aide, Ricardo. We were going over a lot of things. SB 35, one of the biggest things that concerns and stuff, especially when, like Brian mentioned, put these in high fire zone areas where we have no say so. And especially when it comes, federal money goes to the state in turns puts that in place. Also talked about the shortfall, the school, the Walt Tyler School, the $2.5 million to see if there's any money that they could help with that so we can get that school redone out there in Grizzly Flat. Also, we talked about insurance. Insurance is a big issue, and I pushed to see what we could do about having a standalone insurance, a federal agency, because step up, especially we have earthquake and we have flood insurance. So why can't we have a standalone wildfire? So bring a lot of these insurance companies back. It would help because there's issues throughout the whole United States now. So they have to do something. And I told them it's a big concern, especially when a lot of residents here in El Dorado County are losing their homes because, you know, the insurance is so high, they can't even afford to make the payments, especially seniors. And I asked him, is there anything that we can do to help the seniors stay in their homes, especially when it comes to these high prices in insurance? So we had a great meeting and stuff with that. Also, I had a meeting later on with him, and he asked me to support the Fix Our Forest Act bill. And I wrote a letter in support of that. And it's already passed the House. It's going through the Senate now. And he thinks it's going to go through no problem at all. And it started in my office is what it did when I met with McClintock years ago. I think it was like in just before, even before the Caldor fire. So it got started there, but he knew we couldn't make it any farther because of who was in charge at that particular time. So anyway, that's moving forward. It's kind of a good thing. Also, we had attended the chamber luncheon. It was Single Springs Chamber, and basically Jeff was the speaker and talking about the Mount Mine issue and some of the other issues that's going on in the sheriff department. So that was good. And then numerous meetings. We also attended the APAC.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, APAC meeting and stuff. I zoomed in is what I did, but I had to zoom in with Debbie Manning on that meeting too, because that's right after that, I was speaking with Alex Padilla. So a lot of different meetings. We had also the LAFCO special meeting and stuff. And we also had the Parks Division update, presentation and stuff. They're going to be coming in front of the board here soon. So, and anyway, and then Gary Campbell was in my office yesterday and we're going over, which is Channel 2. So he's going to do that. That's going to be airing here pretty quick on what would happen in Grizzly Flat, especially Title 25. So great things. Things are moving forward. Had a lot of staff meetings, tons of staff meetings over the last few weeks. So anything, that's all I have. CAO?
No report, sir.
No report. All right. So I guess we'll resume to closed session to hear item 33 and 34.